Pier.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
For those who
World champion Chicago Bulls got back on track after a winning weekend in Atlanta, but now they're back at the United Center here in Chicago, where last Thursday the Bulls got a wake-up call, losing to the Atlanta Hawks, and tonight they look to close out the Hawks in their Eastern Conference semifinal. Tonight, Game 5 of the best-of-7 with the Bulls out in front, 3 games to 1. And as expected, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen have been the big guns for the Bulls, posting these impressive numbers throughout the series. And good evening, everyone, and welcome to Chicago. It could be a series clincher. The Hawks hope to stay alive. I'm Dick Stockton along with Hubie Brown, but it's a lot more than the scoring for Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen for what they've done in the series. Hubie.
Well, you just have to like the fact that they stepped up in the rebounding, Dick. Michael averaging 11 rebounds and Scottie at 6, plus the assist, and in their overall defensive play. But for the Bulls in games 3 and 4, they shoot their 48%. Then they dominate the critical period, the third quarter. A +9 in game 3, a +9 in game 4. To say what else happened? The bench. The bench stepped up. Kukoc, Williams, and Kerr. 38 points a game, and that spelled it all. Solid defense, solid shooting, and Pippen and Jordan at the top of their games.
And Hubie, when you look at the Atlanta Hawks and analyze their woes, you don't have to go really far beyond shooting. That's what won the game for them in game 2, and that's what really cost them in 3 and 4.
Yeah, everyone thought that once they would go home, Dick, that everything would work out. You can see 33% as a team, 31% in threes. Now, Phil Jackson makes a change. He puts Harper on Blaylock and Pippen on Smith, and look at the dismal shooting percentages. 10 for 29, 3 for 14 for Blaylock. That's minus 15 points over games 1 and 2. Smith struggled, only shot 19%, 5 for 14 and 3, a -8. So by locking the two great shooters up, they get a +23. You have to like it, Dick. That's the Bulls at their best.
And they're on the brink right now. Now, Dennis Rodman has not been a factor in this series, and Phil Jackson, the Bulls coach, had some comments, and Craig Sager caught up with him when he came to the United Center tonight.
So many people are making a big deal about the calls on Dennis Rodman. You make a formal complaint to the league. You think things will change here in Chicago?
No, we found from experience that doesn't help. You know, there's usually a rationale behind it, and there's usually a judgment behind it, and we have to trust the judgment officials that they'll see. You know, that Dennis is sometimes a victim in these things, and you'll give him a break.
His birthday, you going to start him?
Well, that's still up for debate. You know, I told him today that Jason's played well enough to stay in the starting lineup, but we'll make a game time decision on that.
In game 1 of our Tuesday night double dip, Sonics are still alive. For the second time in the series, they win in the Rockets' gym, 100-94. Percy Hawkins goes for 23, and Gary Payton goes for 21, and they're going back to Seattle for game 6 on Thursday night, right here on TNT. EJ and PJ back at you. Your take on what you saw tonight. Seattle, you talk about the heart of a champion in Houston when they were winning their championships, and here's the Western Conference champs not ready to end this thing yet.
No, they're not going to give it up easily, and I think Houston knows well, because they're the last team to come back from 3-1, that it's possible. Seattle coaches felt pretty good. They just felt they hadn't been knocking shots down, and if they got back to doing that, they were going to be all right. They got 100 points again.
Meantime, that Houston duo, Ellie and Maloney, doing nothing tonight.
Great adjustments. George got his team to really get out and get into them. They didn't get the looks they've been getting. You got two guys that are 27 for 50 from 3 coming into tonight. Tonight they couldn't buy a basket outside.
They're going to game 6 in Seattle. Coming up next here on TNT, we're taking you to the United Center. Onward, Christian Laettner. The Hawks trying to stay alive against the Bulls. It comes your way next, right here, TNT.
Back here in Chicago, the Atlanta Hawks going with their same starting lineup of Mookie Blaylock and Steve Smith at guard, Tyrone Corbin and Christian Laettner, the forwards, and Dikembe Mutombo, the center. Ron Harper and Michael Jordan, the guards. Scottie Pippen, Luke Longley, the center, and Jason Caffey starting his 3rd straight game of the series. Right now, let's check in with Craig.
Well, Dick, Chief of Staff of NBA officials Daryl Garrison is here tonight, but he is not here because of rumors that he has been fired or that there's a conspiracy against Dennis Rodman. Here are the facts. His contract is up at the end of this season. Also, he is here because he's covering the East. He'll be in Miami tomorrow. Today, he spent 2 hours with the officials working tonight's game, looking at 50 to 60 plays in the playoffs. Only one involved Rodman. Rodman has had 14 fouls in these 4 games. Luke Longley, 18. Well, maybe either Rodman's a marked man or maybe he's getting more attention because he's the worm.
Whatever You have the nose for the news, Craig. Thank you very much for that report. And there's Dennis Rodman, who's celebrating his 36th birthday today. And Phil Jackson saying not sure how much Rodman will be used in this series, but knows he will need him for sure in the next series should the Bulls advance. The officials, Ed T. Rush, Ken Maurer, and Joe Forte.
If the Atlanta Hawks are going to get it done here this evening, in games 3 and 4, their main 3 scorers, Smith, Leitner, and Blaylock, shot 28%. That was a major disappointment.
And the tip controlled by the Chicago Bulls lost only 3 games this year at the United Center to the Miami Heat, the New York Knicks, and last Thursday to these Atlanta Hawks, but woke up big time in Atlanta. Michael Jordan missing the first shot of the game.
Let's see if Atlanta can get it going in transition, take advantage of possible mismatches by pushing the ball quickly.
And a steal by Caffey. But you made a good point. The bad shooting, but the defensive play of the Chicago Bulls playing a major role. And Jason Caffey playing it on the defensive end and picking up for the slack for Dennis Rodman, doing a good job against Christian Leitner. Here is Tyrone Corbin hitting a 3. Corbin was hot in game number 1, did not score in Sunday's game 4.
Now they need him to pick up the slack a little bit because he's not one of the main 3 shot attempt people.
And Michael Jordan gets 3 for his first points of the game. So we have a swift opening to game number 5, and the Bulls lead by 1.
That was a beautiful slice cut by Michael from the opposite side.
Mookie Blaylock misses his first from the perimeter, and Luke Longley gets the rebound for the Bulls. But Blaylock and Smith will have to hit their outside shots. And Harper gets free inside, and the Hawks showing very little defensive resistance in the early going, and the Bulls lead 6-3.
Dick, they're sleepwalking here in the first 3 possessions. That was just a simple give-and-go cut down the middle.
Steve Smith off the screen misses, so Blaylock and Smith each have missed their first shots of the game, and the Bulls playing with a lot of zest and energy in the early going. Michael Jordan misses from downtown, where he is 1 for 13 in this series.
The guy that you have to watch out for in this series is Scottie Pippen. He's attempting 8 threes a game, and he's shooting 45%.
Corbin shooting over Pippen, and misses, and Harper the rebound. Pippen getting down court, beating Smith. And the Atlanta Hawks, you said it right, sleepwalking, thus a 20-second timeout called by Lenny Wilkens.
Dick, if I'm Lenny Wilkens, I am so upset here. We have just attempted all long-range jump shots. The ball is rebounding long, so where are your guards? Where is Smith? Where Blaylock getting back defensively? Now keep an eye to the right of your screen. This is just a give and go. Harper down the middle on Mookie Blaylock. He's not even within 6 feet of him. Now here, as this shot is missed, watch how it kicks out. Now as they look down the floor, come on, where's Smith? Where's Blaylock? Anytime that long-range jump shots are going up, you know your 2 guards are always rotating back. If one of your guards is penetrating and laying it up, your small forward must be back with your opposite guard.
It's been too easy for the Chicago Bulls thus far, and 4 of their 5 starters have scored, with the exception of Luke Longley. Pippen, Caffey, Harper, and Jordan are in the scoring column. The Bulls are up by 5 with a little more than 2 minutes gone by. Pippen guarding Smith and has done a terrific job on him, playing the pass into Leitner. Caffey has done a great job on Leitner in Atlanta. The double team, and Leitner will go up with it. And the rebound by Ron Harper. Ron Harper has raised the level of his play big time in this series. And a 5-point lead. Caffey at the high post, Mutombo out to meet him. And Harper will be wide open for 3. And the rebound by Mutombo.
You'd like to see Atlanta Hawks understand that they've got to establish an inside game here tonight, because they're hugging Smith and Blaylock out on the perimeter.
Hawks are 1 of 5 from the field, and Leitner is fouled by Jason Caffey. That's the first foul of the game.
Now Jason Caffey has stepped in for Dennis Rodman in 27 minutes a game, 9 points, 8 rebounds. When you add Rodman's totals in there, what they're getting for 43 minutes, 10 points, 12 rebounds, nice solid contribution for the 4 position.
Here is Mutombo working against Luke Longley, and that doesn't fall for him, so the Hawks are 1 for 6, coming out ice cold, and Scottie Pippen loses his footing.
Luke Longley, there's somebody open here.
Longley gets it to Jordan. Jordan lost control, and the fall away off the glass and batted into the hands of Jordan. Longley with a great feed to Michael Jordan, who went backdoor, and the Bulls look like they're ready to move on. Jordan with his second basket.
You just love that the Bulls have come out, understand the importance of this game. We have a technical foul, and you can just see it right now. They are playing with a great deal of enthusiasm, have sharp, crisp movement. Now just watch this backdoor move for Michael coming, and naturally Mutombo's coming from the other side, but he's late.
Technical foul is on Michael Jordan, and Steve Smith, who has been the best free throw shooter at 84% for the Hawks, makes good, making it 10-4.
Now keep an eye on this back door. Now here comes Mutombo over the top. See Michael Jordan, so they give him a taunting.
Remember, Mutombo waved his finger and was embarrassed in Game 3 in Atlanta. Here is Leitner working against Caffey, who leaves his feet, but does the job defensively again. Caffey has totally smothered Leitner, and now the Bulls leading by 6. Nearly 4 minutes have gone by in the first quarter, and Corbin with a hand check on Pippen. There is the shooting story. Atlanta coming out 1 for 7, and the Bulls over 50%.
Well, there's a frustrated coach, and he should be. You're going into Christian Leitner, a guy who has a height advantage and also an all-star player. He's not getting it done with his back to the basket. Jason Caffey is handling him physically.
Michael Jordan coming off the screen, the long rebound by Blaylock, and he gets it ahead to Corbin, and Tyrone Corbin lays it in. Only the second basket for the Hawks, who trail by 4. And the throw into Pippen by Caffey off his hands, and the Bulls turn it over.
Yeah, now that's a Michael Jordan just yelled to Caffey, why did you do that? I was standing here, there was no one with me. You know, make a short pass. You don't have to be threading a needle, throwing the ball out to half court.
Caffey in his second year from Alabama. Here is Blaylock, got a good look and hits from downtown. Mookie Blaylock, who was 8 for 9 in Game 2, the game the Hawks won. That's from three-point territory.
Now you get down in there and establish inside that you guys can get something done. Mookie and Smith will be open.
Here is the pick and spot up, blocked by Mutombo into the hands of Harper, who blocked Longley, and now Ron Harper comes back with a 3. And the Bulls are up again, 13-9.
Now that was a difficult move. Great head and ball fake in order to catch Blaylock up. Blaylock recovered. Harper still made the shot.
4-point lead, and Longley over the top defending, and Mutombo gets the basket and foul. The Bulls wanted a traveling violation, but Mutombo will have a chance for a 3-point play. The personal foul is on Caffey, 2 on Jason Caffey.
Now at this end, keep an eye on Mutombo. Now this is going on its way up. Mutombo makes a clean block. The ball was definitely not on the way down. Now, in spite of the poor start by the Hawks, the soft defense, the score is 13-11, and Mutombo on the line.
Greg Sager talked with Phil Jackson coming into the United Center about Dennis Rodman, who's only played 18 minutes, UB, and now it seems that he's becoming a martyr because now it seems unfair that all the technicals he's gotten and they're not calling it evenly with Dennis. What do you think?
Well, you can see the only place that we have that feeling is here in Chicago. Now, you remember, he also got away with a year ago a 6-game suspension for headbutting a referee. So now the referees are finally calling all of the fouls on Rodman that should be called, that are called on all of the other power forwards. Because the other power forwards in this league, the coaches who have to coach against him, that he, how should I say, through his feisty actions, the elbows in the head, in the back of the head, the shots to the lower ribs, in the back, the confrontations where he bangs into your player to try to antagonize him. Well, you know what? All of that is finally being called. Now, outside of Chicago, I would think that the majority of the teams are happy. Inside of Chicago, he has become a martyr because they know they need him to keep advancing in these playoffs.
He's had 9 technicals in the playoffs, has been ejected twice. He's in the lineup now. Michael Jordan gets the basket and the foul. 6 points for Jordan, and he will go to the line. Jordan already picking up a technical earlier, and the foul was against Steve Smith.
Now Michael just hides right behind the screen and roll. And anytime that you get a defender to go under the screen, you can just stop on a dime, come back, and normally you can knock down a clear shot.
Jordan had 27 points to lead the Bulls in Game 4 Sunday, playing 43 minutes. And he scored 10 of the last 12 in the fourth quarter when the Hawks gave the Bulls a scare and cut it to 3 with under a minute to go. Mookie Blaylock over Harper, and the high rebound, and Longley picks it up. That's 5 rebounds already for Luke Longley. Longley's been in foul trouble throughout this series. And with Blaylock on the steal, Jordan is back to defend. And Blaylock pulls up Leitner inside to Smith, and the Hawks played it well and got a transition hoop.
Well, the people want a charge right there because Harper was underneath the rim and took it, and that's that area, the gray area in the NBA where you're not going to get a charge call.
Bulls lead by 2. Nearly halfway through this opening quarter, Chicago was up by as many as 7 early on. Longley has it knocked away, and they're going to call the foul, and that will be against Leitner, his first.
Now, this is just excellent anticipation by Mookie Blaylock on that high dribble by Jordan. Now, watch as he steps back. The defense reacts. Now, there's your charge drop-off. High school and college, yes, a charge. NBA, no.
Bulls with the ball, so Leitner, Corbin, and Smith each with a foul here in this first quarter. Jordan looking for an opening, finds it, and the long rebound into the hands of Mookie Blaylock.
Look up now, the big fella's open, right underneath.
And here is Corbin going baseline, lays it in high off the glass. The former DePaul star, Tyrone Corbin, who had 9 points in Game 3, but 14 in the opening game of the series, ties the score.
Say that anytime that you get the fringe points from Corbin and then also Mutombo, you know that you're rolling, and you hope that you can continue to keep it up.
Hawks weather the solid early start by the Bulls. Blaylock with a steal, and he won't be challenged this time around. And the Atlanta Hawks lead 18-16, their first lead since 3-2, so they weathered that early spurt by Chicago.
Once Lenny Wilkins called a 20-second timeout, this is the Hawks that played here in Game 1 and 2.
Scottie Pippen with a jumper at the free throw line misses, and the Hawks, with under 5 minutes to go in the first quarter, have the lead in the ball. Blaylock very active in this game. Reverse layup is off, but Mookie is fouled and will go to the line.
Yeah, he stepped out of bounds. Steps out of bounds.
So let's nullify. That will nullify the foul situation, and Lenny Wilkins shaking his head. The Hawks at 50% shooting. After a slow start, they were 1 for 7.
There's no reason for the Hawks to play Chicago when they're 28, 29 feet away from the basket.
Here's Ron Harper. Longley with the offensive rebound. Luke Longley with his first points of the game, but he has already checked in with 6 off the board.
Now they need him to make his physical presence at 7'2", 295. They need his size in there.
Mutombo from Smith, and Mutombo is fouled, and we'll go to the line.
We're going to show you Blaylock right here. Now just watch it. See, right there, he catches the ball. Beautiful steal. Harper thought he had a potential foul. This is Mookie's second steal in the quarter. Now he's off and running. Now he's starting to feel strong about his game.
Luke Longley committing the foul, and Mutombo going to the line. Mutombo has gone to the line an average of only 7 times in this series, and so that is surprising. You'd expect the big guy would go to the line a lot more. Earlier tonight on TNT, the Seattle Sonics stayed alive, winning Game 5 on the road in Houston, 100-94. The Rockets lead 3 games to 2, and we'll have Game 6 for you Thursday night from Seattle, as that series is getting very close, and we'll have that time later on. A lot depends on what happens with this series. Hawks by 2 with 4:09 remaining in the first. Rodman setting a screen, and Scottie Pippen misses, but here's Longley with another rebound, and Corbin the rebound. 7 rebounds for Luke Longley here in the first quarter.
Well, he continues to get to the inside on Leitner.
Steve Smith misses a three, and Jordan gets it out to Pippen. Blaylock is back, but Pippen has a height advantage, and we will have a loose ball foul. And that'll go against Mookie Blaylock, and that'll be his first personal for the Hawks.
Scottie Pippen very quiet in the early going here. He is not on the end of any type of wide open shots. He's 1 for 4 from the floor, but nothing has been easy.
Hawks by 2 with 3:40 remaining in the first quarter. Pippen now firing away, and you're right, he is way off, 1 for 5. And here comes the Hawks in a transition situation. And driving the baseline is Corbin. And they're going to call the offensive foul against Tyrone Corbin.
Now, Lenny Wilkins, Stan Oback, all the coaches on the bench, everybody upset. You love the way Corbin is going, but right there, that is a definite foul. That's not even close. He was out on the college line, and that's far enough away from the rim.
Second foul on Corbin. So the Bulls looking to at least tie it up or take the lead. Laettner picking up Pippen on the switch. And here is Jordan shooting over Smith. Basket counts and the foul. Michael Jordan getting opportunities to go to the line after a basket. Now has 9 as Steve Smith picks up his second foul.
Now he's upset, but he definitely fouled him low before Michael elevated for the fadeaway. Now we show you, even if you challenge, now keep an eye on this now. You're going to see now once Michael starts, he catches them right there on the hip and in the thigh area. And that was so unnecessary. If you're not going to challenge the shot, why even touch him?
Michael Jordan with his second possible three-point play by virtue of a jump shot and a free throw, and he's got it. 10 points here in the first quarter for Michael Jordan, and the Bulls are up by 1.
In this series, Dick, Michael is only getting to the line 6 times a game, where during the course of the year, he's accustomed to getting to the line at least 10 times per ball game.
Smith getting around Pippen. Blaylock gets a good look for 3 and throws up the air ball. So Mookie Blaylock, who has hit the only one of 2 3-point baskets for the Hawks, misses it there, gets jeers from the crowd, and will take a timeout.
Now here's Michael Jordan with the ball on a screen and roll. Dennis Rodman sets the screen. Steve Smith is going to underneath. Jason Caffey's playing soft. So if Michael starts one way and then comes back the other, he will just shoot uncontested behind the screen. Because there is no help, all right, from Mutombo. Stepping on it. There it is right there. Michael, in your face.
Well, you mentioned at the top how the Atlanta Hawks need to have Smith and Blaylock as well as Laettner shoot a lot better. So far they are combined 3 of 10 from the field. Jordan, of course, leading everyone with 10 points, and the Bulls lead by 1. So the Hawks, despite the poor shooting from the big 3, hanging in there.
Well, let's look at this series. In game 1, the Hawks with 2:10 on the clock, tie game. They go 0 for 6, they lose. They win game 2. Game 3, they get blown out by 20. Game 4 on Sunday, they're only down 3, and they get 3 possessions. They go 0 for 3, and Chicago wins the game. So they could have possibly won all 3 games.
That with all of the terrible shooting from the guard. Dennis Rodman, this is a jumper. Scottie Pippen keeps it alive with an offensive rebound. Under 2.5 to go in the first quarter, and Dennis Rodman hits a 3. Well, that'll get the crowd going. Dennis Rodman, 3-point basket. That was his first attempt in the playoffs, and he makes it good. Laettner spinning baseline, gets the foul, and Rodman picking up his first personal.
Now, once again, the offensive second chance points. This is their second chance on opportunity on this possession. Nice shot by Dennis, and you know that he will take them. He's not very bashful. So you must punish him at the other end of the floor. When you go to Laettner, he's got to show you strong move into the pivot and then drop step baseline and get Dennis to over-anticipate and catch him in the air, and that's what happened on that possession.
Laettner going to the line, makes good on the first. Want to remind you, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, the Knicks and the Heat. Knicks lead 3 games to 1, but you know the Heat will not go quietly down in Miami. Pat Riley will have them playing tough basketball. It's been a grueling series thus far. Tomorrow night on TNT, Game 5. Mutombo out to meet Rodman, who hit another one. That was a 2-point basket, and Dennis Rodman coming up with offense from long range. What a surprise. Blaylock coming back and hitting. And the score now, Bulls 26, Hawks 23.
You like to bring out the fact. Through Rodman's career, his career average is 8 points a game. In one season at Detroit, he averaged 12 points a game off the bench.
Only lately has he not been an offensive force, relying on the rebounding. Ron Harper hits a three, and the Bulls lead by 6, nearly matching their biggest lead. That's Harper's second from downtown.
Chicago's got to be careful. Right now, play tough, smart defense. Main thing for Atlanta now to stay within your high percentage areas.
Nearly a minute remaining here in this first quarter. Mookie Blaylock misses from downtown, and Luke Longley gets the rebound. The Bulls leading by 6 can establish their biggest lead of this first quarter if they get a basket.
Atlanta cannot get a second shot.
Rodman with a turnaround, and on his 36th birthday, Dennis Rodman is 3 for 3 from the field and has 7 points. And the Bulls lead by 8, and this crowd couldn't be more delighted. Steve Smith by Mutombo with the stop. Good pass by Steve Smith, and the Bulls lead is 6.
That was a beautiful penetration by Smith. Once Luke Longley stepped across for the double team, Mutombo went right to the front of the rim. A beautiful pass by Steve.
Here is Scottie Pippen driving the lane and feeding Longley, who comes back at you to Dikembe Mutombo. Big first quarter for Luke Longley, and the Bulls are up by 8.
Longley and Rodman, the stars of Game 5 first
What we predicted. That's offensively, right? 10 on the shot clock. Differential about a second. Mutombo misses the hook shot, and Rodman can't save it. There were 3 Bulls underneath, and they lost the ball. It'll be Atlanta's possession.
Now just keep an eye right now. Mutombo's laying off, saying, Dennis, you'll never make this shot. He puts it down. At this end right now, you have 6.6 seconds. Plenty of time.
And the pass to Mutombo from Blaylock.
Now watch, 5 seconds
and
here.
It's a 6-point lead and plenty of time for the Bulls to get off a shot. Scottie Pippen working his way around. Smith fires it up and misses at the buzzer. So Longley and Mutombo and Rodman had 11 points between them, but Dennis Rodman has scored more in this first quarter than he has in the first 4 games of the series, where he hasn't really played much, hitting from downtown. And after 1 quarter, the Bulls lead the Hawks by a score of 33-27.
Keep an eye on Steve Smith right here. He's going to dribble a basketball down. Luke Longley is going to leave Mutombo and trap the passer. Mutombo is going to step. It's Mutombo's job to create the passing angle. Just watch this. See, Luke Longley will help every time. Mutombo can step up and dunk almost at will, but he must create the passing angle for the man who is being trapped.
There's Mutombo, who had 9 points in the first quarter. Eldridge Rakasner has come in the game for the Atlanta Hawks. Steve Kerr and Brian Williams and Tony Kukoc. You mentioned the bench doing the job for the Bulls, and 3 of them are in there right now as we start the second.
Well, in games 3 and 4, Kukoc 14 points, Brian Williams 11 off the bench.
Smith trying to shoot over Kukoc. The rebound by Rodman. Leitner back to defend against Pippen, who goes to the hoop, and it's tipped by Williams. And Rodman tips it finally into the hands of the Hawks, but the Bulls had a couple of opportunities.
Well, if I'm the Atlanta Hawks coaching staff, I'm a nervous wreck because they're shooting almost until they score. That's a bad sign. And at the other end, Atlanta cannot get an offensive rebound.
Pass inside to Smith, and a blocking foul is called against Steve Kerr. 33-27, the Bulls lead early in this second quarter.
Now, Steve Smith is stepping in there. He's being fronted. They're looking for the lob pass. At the end of the quarter, Chicago 48%, Atlanta 48%. Offensive rebounding, Chicago 6, Atlanta 0.
Alan Henderson back in the game. He's had some fine moments coming off the bench for the Hawks. On the screen and roll, Smith tried to get it to Mutombo, but it's last touched by the Hawks.
The reason why that ball was knocked away from Mutombo, Rodman did an excellent job rotating down from the top off of Christian Leitner.
Nearly a minute gone by. We haven't had any scoring here in the second quarter. This is game number 5, and the Bulls lead 3 games to 1, trying to wrap it up against the Hawks. Move on to the conference finals. Behind the back pass from Kukoc to Brian Williams with a nifty hook shot. Williams, who's given the bench a big lift with his big body, and scored 7 points with 3 rebounds in Sunday's game 4.
You can't forget that he's left-handed, and he loves that rolling hook shot.
Leitner with a fake on Rodman. And Williams gets the rebound. Leitner 0 for 3 shooting so far in this first half. Pippen is guarded by Henderson. Rodman setting a screen. 8 on the shot clock. Rodman behind the back to Williams. Foul by Henderson. The basket counts.
Excellent ball movement. Excellent ball movement and a great pass by Dennis Rodman. Now you're going to see Williams. Williams at his best. Last year he averaged 16 points for the Los Angeles Clippers, 8 rebounds. He can score down inside. Now that's a great pass by Rodman because they know the man is coming from the corner. That was a bad foul. Either make sure he doesn't get the shot off or let him lay the ball up and don't give them the extra point.
Brian Williams, who was signed. Bill Wennington was injured, not on the playoff roster. Williams has averaged 19 minutes in the last 2 games, so he is a very big part of the Bulls scheme of things.
Well, they have a 9-man rotation going, and it's doing well right now. Kerr, Kukoc, Williams, and then Jason Capper.
The 11-point lead for the Bulls is their largest, and the Hawks will have 10 seconds to attempt a shot. And a timeout. Phil Jackson's Bulls leading early here in the second. Don't forget, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Game 5, Knicks and Heat, followed by Inside the NBA.
I'd like to show you that great play again. Now, keep an eye on the basketball here by Kukoc. Rodman is coming in to form the triangle. Mutombo, who is playing Brian Williams, comes over to intercept, and then Brian Williams just goes right to the basket on this great overhead pass by Rodman. Rodman knows he's coming. Why? Because Mutombo comes across, opens it up. Bad foul by Henderson. Either put him down, don't let him make the layup, force him to make the 2 foul shots, or let him lay it up. Don't make it a 3-point play.
There's that bench story. The Bulls outscoring the Hawks 12-0 thus far. Steve Smith, this is short, and the rebound taken by Smith and last touched by the Hawks. Steve Smith arguing a little bit with Ed T. Rush. Smith 1 of 5. Leitner 0 for 3. Hawks not getting scoring from the 3 they really need to get shooting from. Here is Williams with a great feed to Kukoc. Couldn't control it. Now Pippen with 10 on the shot clock, but throws it off the hands of Brian Williams.
A stunning thing is happening here. Anytime that Chicago throws the ball into the post, the guy from the corner in the triangle goes baseline. He's open every time tonight. It's like this is the first time that the Hawks have seen the triangle. Come on, when that ball goes into the post, you got to stop the guy coming out of the corner.
Steve Smith loses control of the ball, driving to the hoop, and the Bulls come back with a 3-on-2. Tony Kukoc, who broke out of it with 16 points in Game 3. He's been unpredictable, Phil Jackson said, but you know he can find the mark from long range.
This is the best the second unit has looked in its ball movement. Why? Because Williams is in shape. Rodman is running well without the brace.
Nearly 3 minutes gone by in the second, and the Chicago Bulls have outscored the Atlanta Hawks 7-0. And of course, even Scottie Pippen admitted that perhaps our confidence wavered a little bit after the Game 2 loss at home, but they put it on with the 20-point victory in Game 3 and then withstood the late surge. But the Bulls feel that they themselves have learned something from that loss and now are back on track.
Well, they have to play at their best. Rodman and Kukoc had to get over their injuries, and then defense first, rebounding, and then the bench. All 3 have come together in Games 3, 4, and in the early going of Game 5.
Michael Jordan, who went to the bench at the tail end of the first quarter, is back. He has 10 points. There is the rebounding story, particularly the offensive rebounding, which shows the Bulls with an 8-1 edge. Longley playing a big role there. 13-point lead for the Chicago Bulls with more than 4 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. Blaylock misses from the corner. So Blaylock, Leitner, and Smith are ice cold from the field. Jordan guarded by Corbin. And now it's Kerr picked up by Corbin on the switch. Blaylock is on to Jordan. And now Corbin picks up Michael Jordan. Kerr feeding inside, and it's picked off by Alan Henderson. Hawks have not had many easy opportunities so far in this game, and you have to credit the Bulls defense.
Absolutely. They're doing a great job in a screen and roll. They're trapping Blaylock every time. And this right here, they cannot make a drive to the basket. And that is their second offensive rebound. And you know how many shots they've missed. They're shooting a terrible percentage.
So the basket by Henderson is the first of the game, and a foul as Kukoc driving the baseline, and the personal foul is on Alan Henderson, his second.
Tony Kukoc ended the season by missing 25 games with a severe injury to his arch. It definitely affected his jump shooting, especially his three-point range. So he was sporadic in the Washington series and in games 1 and 2 in this series. But he definitely is moving with a lot of quickness here this evening. And I like the way that this unit is playing with confidence. First, they played with Pippen, the big four out there, Rodman, Williams, Kukoc, and Kerr. Now they're on the floor with Michael Jordan.
Game 6 between the Sonics and the Rockets will be Thursday, as Seattle, the defending Western Conference champions, won a big game on the road. Then they'll be home on Thursday. You'll see it on TNT as the conference semifinals get down to crunch time. Ricky Blaylock fires up a wild shot, and here comes Michael Jordan. The Bulls are up by 11, and Jordan short with the jumper, and Mutombo gets the rebound.
Mutombo is really working hard. The young man is really doing a great job, but he needs some help here.
Alan Henderson fouled inside and will go to the line.
In this series off the bench, Henderson has been doing an excellent job. He's only getting 19 minutes, but in the 19 minutes, he's giving you 9 points, 5 rebounds, and shooting over 50%. An active body. But can the Hawks win with Leitner and Steve Smith not making heavy point contributions? I don't think so.
Be very difficult. Smith right now on the bench with 2 personals and only 3 points. Blaylock has 7 after an early spurt. Leitner only 1 point in the game. He is 0 for 4 from the field. Alan Henderson makes the free throw, and it's 40-31. 9-point lead. 7:20 remaining in the first half. Here is Jordan, and Jordan tipped in by Rodman, then pay offensive interference of Dennis Rodman.
That ball was up above the cylinder when Rodman came in. There was nothing he can do about it because he made the commitment. He left his feet. Now keep an eye to the right of your screen. You're going to see Dennis come flying in here right there.
Right.
No, a ball is over the cylinder.
Now the Hawks, who are down by 13, have down now by 9. No basket. And a foul called against the Bulls, and Tony Kukoc with his first personal foul.
Henderson has been very active, very electric in this entire series. If he would continue to come into the lane and do a drop step, or what we call a reverse power move, he's going to be in heaven, because he'll be taking the defender who's cutting off the lane and taking him strong to the rim.
And those numbers for Alan Henderson in this series better than he did in the regular season when he played only 30 games.
Oh, man. Leitner just laid a forearm right in the face of Rodman.
Now Rodman goes down. Offensive foul called against Leitner. And that's a good call because they missed the first one, but they got him on the second.
They got him on that one, except Lenny Wilkins wanted Rodman pulling Leitner down in that charge. Now here's the now you're going to see as the ball goes away, as he makes a move, you're going to see he just pushes. That's a little bit of an act, but then as they follow up, Rodman grabs on to Leitner and pulls him into the charge.
Steve Kerr from the perimeter. Kerr has struggled from the field, but you know he can explode at any time from three-point range. 42-31, an 11-point lead, and once again the Chicago Bulls getting a lot of production from their bench.
Well, you know one thing about Steve Kerr, he's not going to be disruptive to the offense. He's going to run his cuts the same way every time. If the shot is there, he'll take it, but he's not forcing anything.
Bulls have 16 points already off of their bench to 4 for the Atlanta Hawks.
Big thing with Steve Kerr, you got to keep a defender on him. So even if he's standing away from the ball, you know that there's a defender out of the rotation.
On the turnover, Steve Kerr bringing it up now to Kukoc. That last foul, by the way, was against Brian Williams. That was 2 on him. As we have 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Kukoc misses from long range, and Blaylock outmaneuvers Dennis Rodman for the rebound. Blaylock looking for room and off the glass. Kerr did a good job defensively, but Blaylock off the glass now has 9.
Now he forced that shot. Kerr was right up in there.
Bulls are leading by 9 points, and Kerr down the middle, reminiscent of the early moments of this game when the Bulls got easy layups.
That's that same 3-2 set. It's a wide, and we used to use that in our camp for kids in the 8th grade.
Okay, I wish I had been there for that.
All you do is pass and cut, and the Hawks have not been with that cutter yet.
I knew I was missing something that summer.
There you go.
44-33, an 11-point lead now. Bulls have been in control of this game. Kerr is guarded by Blaylock. Now Jordan, who scored 10 in the first quarter. And Michael Jordan has yet to score here in the second quarter in just under 5 minutes remaining.
And the main thing in this series, he's now 1 for 14 in 3-point attempts.
Corbin trying to loop it inside, and it's off of Henderson, and a foul is called.
Yeah, that's frustration, Dick. Tony Kukoc got a piece of that lob pass. Henderson was not strong enough to hold him off. Now keep an eye now right here. You see, you got the lob. You just hold them. You don't have to try to get in front of them. Just hold them. There you go. But now watch. A great effort by Kukoc. And the reason? Because Henderson gave up the 3 feet. If you just hold them off with your forearm, you could have held them and you could have received the pass and laid the ball up. Frustration, foul.
Alan Henderson remains in the game with his 3rd personal foul. Kukoc on the bench, and Mookie Blaylock replaced by Eldridge Rakasner. 4.5 to go in the first half. Scottie Pippen with a finger roll. Scottie Pippen with only his 2nd basket of the game is 2 for 8 shooting. But the Bulls are up by 13.
Yeah, the Bulls are showing us a great deal of energy in running the half-court triangle offense, doing an excellent job. And when they go to the 3-2 open offense, great quickness.
And Leitner still can't find the range, nor can he convert on layups. He is 0 for 5 from the field. Jordan with a great pass to Brian Williams. And the Chicago Bulls opening up a wide 15-point margin here in the second quarter with under 4 minutes to go. 48-33, and a timeout called by Atlanta.
Now, Michael definitely could force this shot right here. But keep an eye. Always reward your big guys when they are running the floor and moving without the ball. We'd like to show you this 3-2 offense. Now, right now, it's a little tight. The basketball is right here with Kukoc. Here's Steve Kerr. Now, once the pass was made to Kukoc, they're just blowing the guy through here, even though they have 2 guys in this position, and the pass is simply coming. This is the 2nd time Mookie Blaylock loses his man for an uncontested layup. Now, you say, well, why are they guarding them way out at half court? That's a very good question. Why are they?
Bulls have outscored the Hawks by 9 in the second quarter, and Michael Jordan hasn't scored a point for Chicago. Mutombo blocked by Rodman.
Well, I'll tell you, this is the best that we have seen him moving from side to side with lateral movement. That's tonight. Remember, no brace on Dennis Rodman.
And it couldn't come at a better time for Dennis Rodman, who the Bulls all feel they'll need him in the next series. If it is New York, we're leading Miami 3-1. That game tomorrow night, by the way, on TNT. Leitner firing from 3 and continues to come up empty. He's 0 for 6 from the field. So Leitner, Smith, and Blaylock not shooting it so far tonight for the Hawks, and they needed all 3. Brian Williams from the corner. He's got 9 off the bench, and a 17-point Bulls lead, threatening to break this one open here in the first half.
With Brian Williams at the center position, this unit out on the floor can fly because he can fill a lane and then run backdoor exchange. Great
steal by Jordan.
Look at it.
That's what they come to see. Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan with his first points of the second quarter. He has 12 in the game, and the Bulls are on a 10-0 run. Leitner finally hits after missing his first 6. And the Bulls lead is 52-35 under 2.5 to play in the first half.
Now, in this first half, there's very little movement offensively by the Hawks. Anytime that you're an excellent defensive team like Chicago, you are making the rotations easy for Chicago.
Rodman, he gets another 3. And this is a big unveiling for Dennis Rodman tonight in the playoffs. Tyrone Corbin comes right back. And it's 55-38. That was a 3 for Corbin with under 2 minutes to go. But Dennis Rodman exploding and getting a chance, and I'm sure he's feeling better about his situation.
Well, you know what's nice? No confrontations here this evening. No in your face, no smacking people. He's just playing basketball, and that's all the teammates have asked him to do. Just play the game and stop with all of the side circus stuff.
Ryan Williams keeps it alive with another offensive rebound. Leitner is covering Rodman as if he led the league in threes. Now, after hitting 2, 10 for Dennis Rodman in his first half, giving the crowd a thrill. Here is Jordan trying to go around Leitner, feeding Williams. And finally, it winds up in Mutombo's hands with 1:05 remaining. But it's been a glorious Chicago Bulls first half. Eldridge Recastner misses from downtown. Under a minute remaining. And they've done it without Pippen being an offensive force. Steve Kerr from downtown. That's 5 3-point baskets for the Chicago Bulls in this first half, and a big 20-point Bulls. Eldridge Recastner going baseline, finding Leitner open, and Leitner hits his second in a row. I want to remind you, coming up on the Nike halftime report, Ernie and PJ Carlesimo will have a wrap-up of Game 5 between the Sonics and Rockets, one earlier tonight on TNT by Seattle to stay alive. 12 on the shot clock. Jordan fouled and will go to the line.
The Bulls could never have written a better script than what is unfolded here this evening. When you think of Luke Longley, Brian Williams, Dennis Rodman, Kukoc and Kerr, what they have done is sensational. Their ball movement, their defense, their defensive rebounding. It's really exciting in here.
This is a team that struggled in its first 5 playoff games, turned it on over the weekend, and seemed to be peaking at the right time, getting set for what should be a grueling Eastern Conference final. And, of course, the Bulls want to close it out tonight and get the rest, knowing that the Knicks lead Miami 3-1. And, of course, they're hoping that that series is extended. The Chicago Bulls have scored 28 points off the bench already in this game. Recastner with a lay-in with 17.5.
Recastner and Henderson have been 2 bright spots for Atlanta, night in and night out, off the bench.
Final seconds of the first half, and the Chicago Bulls will get a rousing send-off at intermission. Loose ball controlled by Leitner, and a foul is called with 0.8 of a second.
Good call.
Leitner was fouled, and the Bulls are over the limit, so they'll be Leitner going to the free throw line.
Now you're going to see it as it bounces out here right now. Leitner is banged into from the rear from Scottie Pippen. Could not put on the brakes in time.
Eight-tenths of a second remaining in the first half.
In Game 3, Chicago beats Atlanta 100-80. In Game 4, 89-80. At halftime here tonight, 44 points.
You talked about the third quarter. That's when the Bulls have played their best. Pippen does not go, and that is the end of the first half. Dennis Rodman hitting 2 from downtown has 10. Jordan with 14 leads, and this crowd more than delighted with what the Bulls have shown at the end of the first half here at the United Center. The Bulls, who need one more win to close it out, lead the Atlanta Hawks by a score of 60-44.
I can't believe we won the whole thing again. This is fantastic.
Well, at the United Center in Chicago, it's a first half which has included a Michael Jordan dunk in the house of Mutombo and a taunt for a little finger wave from his Ynares. The Bulls up 60-44. Time once again for the Nike halftime report. Ernie Johnson in Atlanta with PJ Carlissimo. Last time the Bulls played in their house, they lost to the Hawks. Doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. This is a better looking Chicago team than earlier in the series, Coach.
This is the 69-win team. They're coming off the bench playing great. Dennis Rodman, the way we know him, he's being allowed to play. He's playing very well. In fact, beyond very well. He's making 2 3-point shots. It's going to be a long night.
Celebrating his 36th birthday. Chicago trying to put this thing away in 5 games. They lead at the break. Houston tried to put Seattle away in 5 games. Didn't happen, boys and girls. The highlights from the Summit, where they have a couple of championship banners and are gunning for more. But early on, Gary Payton with the drive, and Sean Kemp. This is part of a 15-5 early Seattle hot streak. Charles Barkley had 20 rebounds on the night. Here's one of them. Charles Barkley had 17 points on the night. Here come 2 of them. Nobody in a green shirt is going to turn around and pick up the chuck wagon. And George Karl's hating that, though his team was up 27-19 after 1. Clyde Drexler has a good angle on the Eddie Johnson miss. Jams it back down. He had 26 on the night. We're tied at 43. Late second quarter, and it's Gary Payton, who had 13 points in the half, 21 in the game, 57-52. Rudy's guys down at the break. Seattle with a 9-0 third period run. Hersey Hawkins with the steal. They're up 79-71 after 3. You want to see a spectacular move in the paint? Check out Clyde Drexler. Back to the hoop, off the glass, under 8 to play. They're down 87-80. But Sean Kemp, 20 points, 10 rebounds, a huge tip there. And George Karl is happier than he appears in that shot, because they won 100-94 to send this thing back to Seattle for Game 6. The Rocket lead now cut to 3 games to 2 in this Western Conference semifinal best of 7. Let's hear from the coaches.
When they went up 3-1, they made the series very simple to us. It's a 1-game series, you know. And I think a lot of people thought it was going to be a long series when it began, and we've made it that now.
To me, to sum up the game, those guys came in here ready for a war, and we talked about closing them out and all that and said all the right things, but we didn't put on the fatigues.
Got to have a dress code in the playoffs, got to have the fatigues. And Matt Maloney and Mario Elie, when they win games in the playoffs, you see their production. In their 2 losses, though, a total of 17 points, only 19% field goals, and only 14% from beyond the arc. So Game 6 Thursday night on TNT. And conversely, PJ, when those guys are having off times, it just means good news for the Sonic backcourt.
Well, the Seattle backcourt played very well. Hersey Hawkins, I thought, set the tone early. They got him involved. They ran some plays to get him going. They also found him in transition. I think the first play we're going to see, Terry Cummings drives in here, draws some help, and finds Hersey out there. And it seemed all night when the Sonics needed a big bucket, Hersey was there to step up. Here's Mario missing a 3-pointer, which is kind of the story of the night. Gary gets the fast break going, but again, Hersey's the guy they find. He knocks the shot down. So when they get their transition game going, and unfortunately, Houston couldn't capitalize with the shot. But the bigger problem, again, this is Seattle basketball. Gary Payton and Hersey Hawkins with the double team creates the turnover by Matt Maloney, and here goes the fast break again. So everything was working tonight for Seattle. They've been averaging 100 points in the series, but tonight the defense was good. They found people to step up. Houston didn't have any answers.
The Sonics go to the Summit, and they beat the Rockets, and the Utah Jazz just sitting back saying, play a couple more, guys. We'll wait. Back with more on the Nike Halftime Report in just a minute. The Worm celebrating birthday 36 with a 3. Welcome back to the Nike Halftime Report. Bulls by 16 over the Hawks. Tomorrow night here on TNT. Game 5 between the Knicks and the Heat. New York leading 3-1 and looking for the clincher. PJ, the question to you, what's the Miami approach tomorrow night? What's the Knick approach as they try to wrap things up on the road where they've had some success?
Well, I think take the script from tonight, but Rudy T made a great point in his post-game comments. You're going to close somebody out, particularly a proud team, which Miami certainly is. You got to really bring a special effort. New York There's 1 3 out of 4 in Miami this year. They're capable, but I don't think Miami's going to go very quietly. I think it'll be a great game.
I wonder how this series would stand if Miami could hit any free throws in this series. That has been a huge factor. Earlier tonight, we aired a report that speculated that NBA Chief of Officiating Darryl Gerritsen might not have his contract renewed. League sources have informed us Gerritsen's contract was indeed renewed by Commissioner David Stern 2 months prior to the end of the regular season. Back to put the finishing touch on the Nike halftime report in just a minute. The Atlanta Hawks trailing the Michael Jordan-led Bulls. He's got 14. They're up a bunch. And we welcome you back. Remember, after the Hawks and Bulls, it's Inside the NBA. Vince Cellini and Cheryl Miller wrap up the playoff night from Vinny's Virtual Village. That's Inside the NBA later on tonight. Chicago, after 24 minutes, leading Atlanta 60-44. Coach, this is no mirage.
The garage, boss, the garage.
Welcome back to the United Center in Chicago. Halftime, Game 5 between the Hawks and the Bulls, with the Bulls leading by a score of 60-44. Bulls shot 49%, the Hawks 42%. Good defense by the Bulls. And Hubie Brown mentioned the bench production, where it's been there throughout the series, especially the last 2 games. Look at the 28 points, 12 of 19 from the field. We haven't talked about the third quarter. That's where you say the Bulls play their best ball, but the bench, again, doing the job today.
Well, the third quarter means adjustments at halftime, but you love what the bench did. You like their shooting percentage. You say, well, what about Michael and Pippen? They're only 7 for 21. But everyone else is doing their thing. And they're shooting their 49%. Right. We keep emphasizing that because your favorite team out there, if they're losing, they're probably not shooting their percentage. The Bulls shoot their percentage.
Hubie, the other thing you brought out at the top is that the Hawks had to get production from Mookie Blaylock, Steve Smith, as well as Christian Laettner, combined 29% in the first half.
Yeah, and you can see it. Once again, Steve Smith is now 6 for 31. He's shooting 18% in games 3, 4, and 5.
Let's go back to Dennis Rodman in the great first half he had all-around play.
Well, maybe he's paying attention. You don't get your minutes, then you come in here, you get it together. A shot block, a 3. Then we're going to see him come right in here. Another 3 in your face. 2 for 2 in threes. Knocks in another jumper. 10 points, 7 rebounds, 1 block shot. Is he paying attention now? Tonight, he's got it all together. And the major thing, only 1 foul.
Right now, let's go to Craig Sager.
Well, Dick, Laettner, Blaylock, and Smith just 7 of 24. I talked to Lenny Wilkins. He said he thought the team rushed shots, had poor execution, and did not set screens. I said, do they keep shooting? He goes, with good shooters, you always keep shooting. He related a story when he was with St. Louis. Bob Pettit was 0 for 10 at the half, came in the locker room and said, I'm going to hit my next 10 shots. And he did. I said, did you relate that story to your team? He said, I'm afraid they asked me who Bob Pettit was.
And you know what? They would.
Yeah, they would. And he only made the first team all NBA power forward 10 straight years. Was one of the top 50 players in the league. Lenny had the privilege of playing on that great ball club that they had in St. Louis. Bob Pettit, and until Larry Bird came along, and now Malone, the best power forward ever to play the game.
And LSU and the Hawks beat the Celtics for the NBA championship in 1958.
He could do it all.
Yes, he could. Christian Laettner misses, and that drops. It'll count for the basket for Laettner in the first half. Corbin had 10, Mutombo 9. Now Laettner has 10 points. Jordan with 14, and Rodman with 10, the leading scorers for the Bulls. They have Pippen, Longley, Cappy, Harper, and Jordan. Scottie Pippen off the glass, and he has only 6 points, so we haven't seen the best of Scottie Pippen's offense yet.
Well, Pippen has 4 assists, 3 rebounds. He's only 3 for 10 from the floor, but everyone else is functioning.
Steve Smith with a 3. Smith with his first from downtown, only 6 points in the game, but the Hawks trailing by 12, so they made up some points in the first minute of play here in the third.
Well, let's see if the Hawks can knock Chicago off their stride in the third quarter here now. Switch, keep them outside, only allow 1 offensive shot attempt. Let's see if they can continue to keep it rolling here.
The Bulls have 10 seconds to attempt a shot. Ron Harper squaring up for three. Pippen gets the ball over Corbin. So the Bulls with another possession. Bulls needing to win here to wrap it up in 5 and get ready for the survivor of the Miami Heat New York Knicks series. That stands 3-1 New York with Game 5 tomorrow night on TNT at 8 o'clock. Rebound by Mutombo on Jordan Smith. 7 rebounds for Mutombo. So the Hawks trying to cut into the Bulls' lead early here in the third.
Well, you like to see some execution now. That was an excellent screen for Smith.
Smith missing from downtown. And here come the Bulls. It is Smith guarding Pippen. Guard around. Corbin on Jordan, gets away from Corbin and misses the shot. Here is Mookie Blaylock with the rebound.
Well, you get a field goal right here, you're in business.
And they're in business, I guess, because Ty Corbin is hit from the corner. Corbin now with 12 points. And it's a 62-52 game, and so far the crowd has been out of it. The Hawks staging the third quarter rally.
I tell you, Luke Longley continues to pop people here.
Harper goes up, basket counts, and a foul. Good first step by Ron Harper.
Luke Longley is making his presence felt. We told you that he only has 4 points, but he's got 8 rebounds. This is a nice solid drive by Harper. No rotation by the Hawks. But he is pushing, elbowing, forearming Mutombo and anyone who is cutting by him when he sets up in the post area.
Corbin with his third personal foul. Ron Harper with the three-point play. Harper has 11, and he has scored in double figures in 4 of the 5 games. So they've got good production from Harper.
Yeah, and no one is talking about him in the newspaper. Everyone's talking about everyone else. He's done an excellent job on Blaylock in games 3, 4, and 5, and he's putting the points on the board.
Leitner with a strong move to the hoop. So Leitner coming out with 5 of his 12 points here in the third quarter. They have yet to complete 3 minutes.
Hey, this is it. Either you do it right now or you go on vacation for another 5 months.
Jordan guarded by Smith with 10 on the shot clock. Caffey in the low post. Pippen fires away and misses the 3. Jordan with a tip and a foul. Loose ball foul is called, and Tyrone Corbin arguing with the official, and he has picked up his 4th personal foul. 4 on Corbin.
Now, Dick, in the first half, Chicago out-rebounds Atlanta by 11. 10 on the offensive board. Now, I know Corbin's upset. He should be, because he had inside position on Jordan, and Jordan went right up over the top of him on that play.
Pippen gets it in to Jordan, posting up against Smith, knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Atlanta. Michael Jordan with 14 points thus far in the game. A lot of his production has been from defense and rebounding. That's what his contribution has been to a great deal so far in the series up to tonight. Jordan finds Pippen. Pippen working against Corbin. Longley wide open, and this is a shot. Normally he makes it when he's that wide open.
That's a good possession for the Hawks. You come up here right now, work and stay within. Try to get some movement here now, because anytime you use movement, you're getting good chances.
Longley trying to overplay Mutombo, and now the Hawks have it under double digits. It's a 9-point lead, and Atlanta coming out strong, and less than 4 minutes gone by already in the third, and the Hawks making a run here. Pippen trying to get free, and the rebound by Corbin.
Keep pushing here now.
Well, you can't count the Hawks out, as evidenced by the 4th quarter in game 4. And they came from 22 down to trail by only 3 with 50-some-odd seconds remaining.
They're always a threat because of their three-point opportunities that they'll push, and hopefully they're one of the great streak shooting teams in the league. Keep an eye here now. See Luke Longley, bad mistake, okay? You just cannot gamble at that angle, because once you miss, Mutombo has the dunk.
Jason Caffey picking up his 3rd personal foul, the first Bull player to get 3. It is a 9-point lead.
Blaylock lost his dribble right, Dick.
And Mutombo helped him out. Leitner with the runner is short. The rebound by Caffey, and as you said, plenty of time. Leitner put it up. But Atlanta 5 of 7 shooting here in the quarter. Jordan just lingering in the corner. 9 on the clock. Pippen with a wild shot. Cappy gets the offensive rebound. There's another offensive rebound. And Jordan is telling the Bulls just to settle down.
Yeah, I mean, that's Pippen's 4th 3. He's now 0 for 4.
And Longley gets free on the pass from Jordan. Longley with 6 points, and the lead is 11.
Luke Longley was going to come up for what we call a guard around play. Mutombo tried to beat him to the spot. Luke Lee changed direction.
And Corbin gets inside for the layup, so